Hello, hello, test, test. One, two, three. I think you've checked the gain and everything should be good, right? Okay, okay, perfect. Good morning to all our viewers from day one of the prestigious DAFA News Houston Open 2023, coming to you live from the state-of-the-art Prairie View Cricket Complex on the northwest side of Houston along Highway 290. We're bringing you the first game from Prairie View 5, as this one a wild swing by the batsman gets an outside edge, goes to third man for just a single. So this first game is between Masters Cricket Club and Houston Stars. Masters won the toss and put the Houston Stars into bat first. Ali and Usman are the two batsmen for Houston Stars out in the middle. Giving quick dividends in time. There's been some movement in the air and off the seam that you'll notice in the first three balls of this innings. It's not swing for a very long time, so they have to make the most of it, as this is just back of the length. Nicely defended by Usman. Is a prestigious tournament, one of the biggest ones in the country at this point in time. The stakes are pretty high as the bowler again comes in from Highway 290 and short in length, and that's been dispatched. What a good shot. Rocks back, perfectly balanced, hits the meat of the bat, and it just carries over the boundary almost 75 meters there. What a shot. That's going to settle the nerves in the Stars camp. First morning of a big tournament. You've been put into bat. You want to make the right strides as you go into bat. You want to hit the ground running, and that was a juicy half volley, literally just back of length. He had plenty of time to rock back and dispatch it with disdain. Good start to the innings for Stars now. Usman Khan facing up. That's a foolish delivery, and that's a great effort by the bowler. It was full and straight. He was trying to work it towards the leg side, and the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket got a slight leading edge, but the bowler, in spite of a valiant effort, couldn't get his fingers underneath the ball. As the first over ends at the DAFA News Houston Open 2023, Houston Stars are 7 for no loss. Good first over by Noman Iftikhar. He comes in with a big reputation. Has played a lot of cricket across the US over the years. Was known for his express pace at one point. Now I think he's really looking to keep things tight, bowl a nice line and length. As the second over is about to resume, Imran is the bowler. He marks his run up. Ali Rana, who hails from Houston Cricket League, has been playing a lot of his cricket here locally. He's going to be facing up. Houston Stars are relying on a lot of local talent from the Houston Cricket League circle. Saklan Heather is their skipper. Vastly experienced as the second over starts. Nice line and length. That's where you want to be, and that's a good call by Ali. Easily makes it. There was some confusion between the bowler and his follow-through and the non-striker. A collision averted as they get through for a single. The score moves on to 8 for no loss. You see Sean Findlay on your screen coming over to the skip. Sean is another player who's vastly experienced, has been playing T20 cricket locally in USA, across different leagues and cities for almost the last decade or so. Played international cricket for West Indies, represented them in several ODIs. Second delivery, a wild hike. It was angling down the leg side, so the invitation was there to go over the top. But Usman just couldn't make good connection on it. No threat. It was always going down the leg side. There we go, third delivery coming up. Again, nice back of length, line and length. It was always going too high. Allowed appeal, but just out of excitement, trying to create some pressure on the batsman. It was a shortish delivery. It was never heading into the stumps, was always going on top of the stumps, so no harm done. Besides that 6. It's been a rather sedate start for the Houston Stars, and they would want to cash in on this power play. So let's see how this pans out. As the third delivery again is foolish, and that's wrapped on the pads, and the finger goes up. He was playing with fire. On a couple of occasions, the ball hit his pad. The previous one we said was really short of length, so that wasn't going to be given out. But this one was almost plumb. Missed a straightish delivery, and that seemed to be crashing right into the stumps. And with that, Usman has departed, and Imran has broken through. So that's a big wicket, getting rid of the openers. By the look of it, it seems the new batsman is number 25, Ahmed Butt. Ahmed Butt, another vastly experienced player, is playing in Houston Cricket League for a very long time, has played a couple of seasons of the minor league, has even captained the Central West region in the national tournaments over the years. Well recognized and known in Houston. A batsman who backs very good batting technique. He's the kind of player who Stars would be looking to set anchor on the pitch and hold one end. And players like Ali Rana can express themselves from the other. They do need to get a move on as the bowler comes in again. Again, that foolish delivery, and Ahmed loses his footing. What a way to welcome him to the crease. It often could be tricky to get your footing right on the state-of-the-art gorgeous turf wickets if you don't have the right set of spikes or studs in your shoes. As Ahmed faces up again, and that's let go. Nice line and length, just outside the off stump, teasing him, and Ahmed wants nothing to do with it. As the second over comes to a close, it's 8 for 1 after 2. Welcome back to the first fixture here from the beautiful state-of-the-art Prairie View Cricket Complex, which plays host to the DAFA News Houston Open 2023. We're live from Prairie View 5, featuring the game between Masters Cricket Club and Houston Stars. Masters had won the toss, and they had no hesitation in putting the Stars into bat first, and that's paid rich dividends. They've got the big wicket of Usman, and they've conceded only 8 runs, so it's rather sedate from the Stars. And like we were saying in the previous over, if you don't have the right set of studs, you would find getting a grip on these turf wickets a little difficult. So Ahmed has had a quick change of shoes between overs. And it does seem like Noman Iftikhar is going to continue from the Highway 290 end. Facing up would be Ali Rana. Ali and Ahmed, two stalwarts in the Houston Cricket League, have earned a lot of name and fame playing locally and representing the Houston team. Here comes Noman. Nice and short. Ali had no choice but to rock back and just fend it for a single. A lot of early steam from Noman, just as I was saying in the last over, that he had a reputation of somebody who really used to be quick in his early days but has mellowed down, and he's proving me wrong with that last delivery. As you can see on your screen, the pitch has a nice grassy cover. It's a firm and solid surface which is going to provide a little bit of everything for everyone. The batsmen, if they have the right mindset and right approach, they can score runs, but the bowlers have something in it for them too. And again, it's that tight line and length, just back of a length, cramping the batsman, not giving anything to them. As the fielder comes across, and that's good running between Ahmed and Ali. Like we were saying, they have good understanding. They've played a lot of their cricket together. As the next delivery from Noman comes in, Ahmed was being troubled. This early exchange between Ahmed Butt and the bowlers seem to be getting the better of him, but he's the kind of player who needs to get his eye in, and once he does, he can accelerate and get a strike rate up. So no concerns. The Stars want Ahmed to get his eye in. Noman again. And that's nice and full. The invitation was there. Not where Ahmed intended for it to go. Takes a thick outside edge and goes fine off third man. The fielder gave a good effort, but he couldn't get across in time, and that's a boundary. Only the second one of this inning so far, but Ahmed Butt is going to take what comes his way. And that's again nice and short. It wasn't too short, and there was some confusion. There wasn't clear calling. Ahmed was gone for all money if there was a direct hit, or even if the ball was collected by Noman. He could have run him out. We were commending the understanding between these two local players from Houston, but that was a big confusion. Yes and no, and eventually they almost sold themselves a dummy, but this one again, it's that tight line and length. Haven't seen Noman bowl any freebie in these first couple of overs, except that one short ball that was dispatched by Usman for a 6. So at the end of 3 overs, it's 16 for 1. And this one is full and straight, and that's an invitation for Ahmed Butt to go over the top, and he accepts it. A wonderful stroke, and that's going to break some shackles at least. And that goes for a 6. The second one of this innings, much needed by the Stars. So Imran Ali resumes from the forest end, and invitation for AB Ahmed Butt, and he accepts it. It goes for a 4. 10 runs of the first 2 deliveries in this over. Imran again comes in, and that could again have been a run out. The calling has been suspect between these two, but no harm done. Good intent from Ahmed, as he's picked up 10 runs of the first 2 deliveries. It only makes sense to get a single and get on the other end. Let those nerves settle in, and let Rana Ali face the heat now. They've got to make it big. The bowler is on the back foot. The first 3 balls have gone for 11 runs. And this is the time to make it even bigger. Let's see what Ali has. Full toss. That's an open invitation as well. And 1 bounce for 4. It was just about marginal. Any higher, and that might also have been a no ball. It's a good pressure created by these 2 batsmen. Imran Ali needs to get out of this over strongly. 15 off it so far. Stars want to make it a big one. Go 20 plus. The next 2 balls have got to go. The look of it, this is a belter of a wicket. Even a 180 could be chaseable. That nice cover of trimmed green grass makes it come on the bat pretty good. In spite of the heat, it has no signs of a tacky wicket or the ball being stopping, and the outfield is lightning fast. So got to cash in these first 6 overs as Imran continues. Ali Rana on strike, and that's nicely worked, but third man is gonna come across to cut it. A slight misfield. They're coming back for a second. That's a direct hit, and that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate for Ali Rana. He was looking in good form today. A desperate dive, but he just couldn't make it. That's the nature of direct hits. If you want to change the complexion of a game, you want to come up with an impactful performance, direct hits are just that. And against the run of play, Ali Rana finds himself run out. The running was suspectful between these 2 all along. A few yes and no's. Even this one, when they were turning for the second, it wasn't spontaneous. There was a little bit of delay, and that may have cost Ali his wicket. And a big wicket it is, as far as the Stars are concerned. Looks like the new batsman walking in to replace Ali is Abdul Rahim Khan, shirt number 28. Another local Houston player. A great all-rounder, also known for his miserly off-spin bowling, and a good top-order batsman. Scores heavily in the Houston Cricket League, known for going big. Somebody who just likes to pile up the runs seasons after seasons. Still 1 delivery to go in this over. Rahim facing his first delivery. Nice and full. Gets right on top of the bounce and defends it. And that's a pacey delivery. Short of length. And Rahim saw the opportunity but just doesn't connect. And that closes the over. One which indeed comprised of 7 deliveries, like we counted here in the commentary box. But at the end of 4 overs, it's 32 for 2. Welcome back to over number 5. As you can see, the Houston Stars were asked to bat first by the Masters, and they've lost 2 wickets. Ali Rana run out quite unfortunately, and Usman Khan was out LBW. Ahmed Butt and Abdul Rahim Khan are at the crease right now. They still got some batting to come, especially in the form of Saqlain Haider, who's known for his improvised cricket, and Adnan Haroon, who is hails from Dallas but has played a lot of local cricket. So there is still some batting to come, but as far as the Stars are concerned, they want these two to carry on. Spin has been brought into the attack. Now, this is going to be an interesting phase in this game. Remains to be seen how this left arm orthodox goes. Nice delivery, good line and length, and nicely punched off the back foot by Ahmed to get to the non-striker's end. Just remind you, Masters won the toss and decided to bowl first, and they would be quite content with the start they've made. The way their bowlers have bowled, especially Noman Iftikhar with the new ball, as Abdul Rahim Khan faces Nisarg Desai. Again, nice line and length. Wasn't in total control there, Abdul. And that's actually, my apologies. It's a wide ball. Totally missed. Seeing that from this lateral angle we are sitting at here in the commentary box, as you see those DAFA news banners at the 30-yard boundary. And that one seemed to have kept slightly low, but no harm done, and in fact he is overstepped. So that's a no ball, and the signal from umpire Sandeep comes in for a free hit. This is just suicidal. Spinners bowling no balls inside the power play. Let's see what Ahmed does, and he does go downtown. It's going straight to the fielder, but it sails just over his head, and that's another 6 for Ahmed Butt. He's making it count. And that's really not very smart cricket. They obviously couldn't change their field. But what the bowler Nisarg Desai could have done was not toss it up and give Ahmed the invitation to go downtown. Could have tried a slider, could have tried bowling it flatter, but no. It was on offer, and Ahmed made the most of it, as this one is hit towards mid-on, and there was a slight misfield. They get through for a single. Ahmed Butt looks like he's found his bearings from the word go. The first couple of deliveries, there were some plays and miss, but since then he's looked in total control, batting on 26 of 13, as Nisarg continues to Abdul Rahim Khan. And again, there was that slight confusion, the yes and no. They've got to be decisive in their calling. They've already lost a big wicket in the form of Ali. No harm done. Ahmed Butt back on strike, facing. In fact, the fielders are still taking their position. I'll get you an update on the actual field at the end of this ball. This is slightly short of length, and they get through for a single. Again, not super well coordinated, but they do manage to get through. So the field I'm seeing is they've got a long off, and then they've got a man at deep mid-wicket. Those are the two fielders outside, and then there's a short mid-wicket just within the eye line of the batsman. This one is very nicely swept by Abdul Rahim, and no one's getting to it. Like we said, there was no man back on deep square leg. The only man towards the leg side was back at deep mid-wicket. So good improvisation from Abdul Rahim Khan. As in the back end you see the PV6 field, which you can also tune in and watch live in the voice of Brian Walters. As you're seeing the stunning looking cricket field, which has been dressed up for the DAFA News Houston Open 2023. Lush green, the wicket has played exceptionally well. In spite of the heat, there's a nice breeze blowing across the facility, coming in from northwest. As a bowling change is brought in now, Sean Finley is the new bowler. He's known as somebody who hits the deck. So here he comes. And this one is dispatched with disdain by Ahmed Butt. He is on song. He is making this count. What a way to welcome Sean to the crease. That was a gentle loosener, almost a freebie. Just a half volley, nice outside the off stump, an invitation for Ahmed to accept, which he gladly does. He moves on to 33 of 15. Ahmed has called in for a quick sip. The heat is relentless right now in Houston. We have been constantly hitting temperatures in excess of 100 degrees with a heat index almost hovering around 115 degrees. And it's just the start of the summer here in Houston. We get these kind of excessive temperatures all the way heading into late August and September. As Sean Finley comes in again from the forest end, and again it was that same kind of delivery, slightly wider. And what was Ahmed's undoing there was that he was trying to drag it onto the leg side. Mid-off is still inside the circle. They've got mid-on at deep long on, so that's the open gap. And this one is again hit inside out, just as we were saying at the last delivery. That ball was outside the off stump, so Ahmed is always better off taking on the bowler through the infield on the offside, and that's exactly what he did this time. No point dragging it while you still have these fielding restrictions. No point dragging it to the leg side. Sean is just keeping it outside the off, so take the route towards the offside as this one goes to deep long on. Just a single. There's also a deep mid-wicket cow corner in position. And that's just sloppy from the Masters. It hit the stumps and the ball ricocheted and allowed the batters to get a second run there. The Masters may need to pull things together a bit. They had decent first 3 to 4 overs, but since then it's been the Ahmed Butt show, who's batting on 39 of 18. And then again he goes inside out, like we've been saying. What doesn't make a lot of sense as far as I'm concerned is the skipper has given Sean 2 fielders on the leg side guarding or patrolling the boundary, which are long on and deep mid-wicket. Everyone on the offside is inside the 30-yard ring. and he constantly keeps bowling it wide outside the off stump. Why not attack the stumps? If Ahmed is going to take the aerial route, have him challenge those outfielders. As you see on the corner of your screen, the long on is in position, and there's also a fielder at deep mid wicket. As Sean comes in again, and this one is more straight, and this is gonna be cut down to just a single, like we were just saying. Keep it wicket to wicket, Mr. Finley, and let the batsman take the risk. But at the end of 6 overs, it's 66 for 2. It's been a decent, very decent power play for the Houston Stars. Given where they were at in the first 3 overs, they would not mind what they're seeing on the scorecard. As I'm going to project the worm, which would give you the context. There you see. The first couple of overs, I think the score was about 8, and then they just took off. That 6 came in the third over as Ahmed Butt had just walked into bat, and then from there onwards it's been one-way traffic. They've gone at about 15 in the last 3 to 4 overs, which is quite concerning as far as the Masters are concerned. Even if we look at this over by over, you're going to see exactly what I was just mentioning as it comes up on your scorecard. Over number 4 went for 15. Then we've got 2 16-run overs. So that's been some heavy one-way traffic in the last 4 overs or so. Nisarg Desai is going to continue from the highway 290 end. Nice little partnership going on between Ahmed Butt and Abdul Rahim Khan. Dinesh Patel, in fact, has been brought on, the leg spinner. And this one is nicely tossed up, but Ahmed Butt is on song. Wow, what a shot. Just one bounce, perfectly piercing the long on and long off. Neither of them had any chance, and it goes for a 4 first ball. Dinesh Patel obviously is not on that 50-over tour with Team USA right now for the World Cup qualifiers in Zimbabwe. And this one, he pulls the length ever so slightly back. And Ahmed, rightly so, wasn't going to get under that ball. So, smart cricket. A 6 and a single. 7 have come off the first couple of deliveries. Here comes Timul again from the 290 end. Very slow turn on that one. There is some turn for sure from what we've seen from Nisarg Desai and even now Timul in these first 3 deliveries. Here he comes again. Again, nice and flighted, but there is that fielder at short third at 45 inside the 30-yard boundary. Now, there's no pressure right now based on how Ahmed Butt is going, but Abdul Rahim Khan would also want to get a move on. We cannot afford to have a lot of dot balls. 3 in a row right here as we speak. Best thing he can do, the way Ahmed is hitting the ball, is just get singles as much as possible. And he tries to sweep that one. Didn't look like there was a lot of turn. That one might have been the flipper that just went on and skidded through just a little bit. So things definitely being pulled back now in the form of senior statesman Dinesh Patel. Just 5 runs of that over. As we're going to look at the bowling scorecard. You can see Nomi bowled a good couple of overs first up with the new ball, got some seam and shape. He was quick and aggressive. Imran Ali picked up that big wicket, but that over from Nisarg Desai was when Ahmed Butt cashed in, and same was the fate for Sean Finley. But Dinesh Patel has been able to pull up things, and another impressive spinner that's coming on now is Yasir Mohammed. You would know him from his recent appearance for the US national team, but this is not what he would have wanted to do. It's just a full toss. And Ahmed did pretty well getting some decent connection on it, and that's his 50. What a knock, Ahmed Butt. Take a bow. Take a bow. When he walked in, the run rate was about 4 runs per over, but from there on in, Ahmed Butt has taken on a Herschel Gibbs avatar today, it seems, the way he has batted so far. And again, nice and full from Yasir. Well done by that fielder. Comes across, puts a dive in and keeps it down to 2 runs. That's exactly what you need from Abdul Rahim Khan. He has to compliment Ahmed Butt. Anything is possible from this platform. They can even go big to 180 or 200 from here on in. Looks like a belter of a wicket. He comes down the track, takes it on the full, bumped ball to Yasir, keeps it down to a dot ball. And out comes the improvisation, the switch hit, and a great effort by the fielder, puts in the dive, and by the looks of it, he indeed saved a couple of runs there. Went over the boundary but managed to pull it back in time. Good intent there from Abdul Rahim Khan. Moves on to 9 of 10 deliveries. Still not striking like he would want to. Now this one, he goes after it, and that's up in the air, and that should have been taken. That he had ample time to run across, get under the ball. Got his hands, both hands to the ball, and there's no excuse for a catch like that. You gotta take those chances. This partnership is looking threatening with every passing ball. This is nice and short. Had perfectly set up. Ahmed would be disappointed with himself there. That should have been landing somewhere in the trees there, but went for just a single. At the end of 8, it's 78 for 2. Alright, back live now for over number 9 in this innings. Dinesh Patel, who bowled a great first over, conceded only 5 runs, is going to come back on. Senior statesman with a lot of experience playing for the US national team and all across the country. He would be expected to keep things under check, put a full stop to the scoring. His 4 overs are going to be super crucial. The Masters would be hoping that he picks up a couple of big scalps at the very least. On comes Timmel to Ahmed Butt. No turn there, just went on with the arm. And that's a wild throw by the look of it. No harm done. Just a single. Ahmed Butt batting on 53 of 26, and Abdul Rahim is batting on 11 of 12. You would see a lot of quick drink breaks between the overs, a lot of change of gloves. Just because of the heat index, we're gonna be hovering around 100 plus pretty soon, if not already, as this is nicely swept, or rather slog swept. Wasn't a traditional sweep, but effective enough to get a single. The outfields are simply stunning at this Prairie View Cricket Complex, as this is just defended by AB for a single. They have been dressed up for this big occasion. A lot of major sponsors are collaborating for this tournament, DAFA News being the title sponsors. Again, nice and full. Ahmed content with taking a single, and he's going to have a quick change of gloves at the end of this over. Another miserly over from Dinesh Patel, I must say. He has conceded 5 apiece of his 2 overs. That's gold dust right there in the context of this game. When he came on, Stars were cruising at about 12 runs an over, and he's pulled things back quite well. And so has Yasser, the youngster. Quite a prodigy of a reputation he has built for himself since he emerged onto the scene recently. So the Spin Twins, one a veteran and one a promising young talent, have kept things quite a bit under check in the last 3 overs. And you can almost sense something is about to happen. Someone's gonna be trying to throw a knockout punch. The way he's batting, Stars want him to go all the way and bat through this innings. And like we just said, you could sense something was coming. You could call it the commentator's curse in case of Yasser, or the commentator's blessing in case of Ahmed Butt. But that's gone about 90 meters. It kind of landed just in the slot for Ahmed Butt too, just where he wants it. Nice and juicy. Yasser will have to come up with something else. Pull his length back maybe a little bit. And this one is again nice and full and driven straight down the ground. The fielder at long on is pretty quick. He comes across to keep it down to just 1 run. Was driven very straight from Ahmed. Good work by long on to keep it down to 1. By the look of it, Stars would prefer Ahmed facing up the spinners quite a lot here. And then this one is swept. Slog swept by Abdul Rahim Khan. The Stars were looking for that from him. He's got to get a move on. Was still striking at under 100. That's going to help their cause quite a bit. This one is nicely punched off the back foot. Leans back, throws the kitchen sink, but the sweeper was around to keep it down to just 1 run. 10th over is about to come to a close. This is I think the containing length, and that's a decision the bowlers have to take, whether they want to toss it up and invite the batsman to go downtown. There's always the risk and reward with it. You could either get dispatch or you could get wickets, or they can just pull the length back, bowl a little quicker, and just concede singles and 2s. I kind of sense Yasser is the first kind. He wants to get wickets. This one, Abdul Rahim, was a little early in the shot. That was there. The invitation was there, but he just couldn't get enough connection on it. Under edges it as the 10th over comes to an end. Stars would be pretty happy with the 96 for 2 they've got. It's quite a launch pad. And majority of the credit goes to Ahmed Butt, the way he is batted. He has come out and just dispatched everything in sight. As you can see, he's batting on 62 of 31. Abdul Rahim Khan on 17 of 16. He's playing a decent anchor. The ice to Ahmed Butt's fire is Abdul Rahim Khan. And credit to the spin twins in the form of Timil and Yasser, who have kept things in check in the last few overs as Timil again continues. Absolutely no pace on the delivery for Ahmed to generate anything whatsoever. And in the 13 deliveries Timil has bowled so far, he's been shown a lot of respect. He commands that kind of a reputation in recent years. If you think the prominent spinners in the USA national team circuit have been Dinesh Patel, Noshtus Kenjige, as again very slow in the air. Abdul Rahim Khan is having to make something out of nothing. And again he brings out the improvisation. Was very early into his position. Had no problem revealing his plans to Timil. Nice and early, got into the position and waited for that ball to arrive. A reverse sweep for 4, so welcome runs again. Comes down the ground. As we were saying, they've shown a lot of respect to Dinesh Patel. Not this time. Not at all. What a shot, Abdul Rahim Khan. Goes downtown, corner, goes for a huge 6. This is going to send some shockwaves to camp. Things in check. Only 10, and now the next 4 for 11. Some for a single. This one, there's a huge appeal. Doesn't seem like the umpire is interested. So at the end of 11 overs, it's 108 for 2. A lot of good intent from Abdul Rahim Khan in the last over. A 6 and a 4 of Dinesh Patel. Another change in the bowling. Jonathan Fu is coming on to bowl his orthodox spin. This partnership growing leaps and bounds by every delivery. It's been quite an effort by these two, given the situation when they came together at the crease as Jonathan Fu comes on. It's been nicely cut off the back foot for a single. As in the background you see the game at PV6 that's going on. You, of course, can find all these games live on MLC Network, YouTube, if you're in the United States, and fan code if you're overseas in India or other countries. Again, short outside the off stump. Ahmed Butt was looking for that sweeper cover, the gap between point and cover, but doesn't hit that gap, and it's a dot ball. Jonathan Fu again comes in, and that seemed to have some sort of bounce to it. There was also a slight turn. Good signs for Jonathan Fu. We've seen a lot of pace in this wicket early on, and now we're seeing slight turn. Good bounce. There's something in this pitch for everyone. And again, Ahmed Butt trying to drag this, like we had spoken earlier, what he was trying to do to Sean Findlay. Batsmen are targeting that wide line, the wide crease. And again, wonderful bowling by Jonathan Fu, the fourth spinner that's been brought on for the Masters in this innings. Pretty good over so far, just conceding 2 runs. That's gold dust at this point in time in this innings. Let's see if he can get out of this over by just conceding another single or so. Again, that wide delivery. But this time, Abdul Rahim Khan cashes in. And that goes for a boundary. So, at the end of 12 overs, as you can see, the towels are out, the beverages are out. It's just beating down. The heat is relentless here in Houston today, and so has been the case for the past week or so. Players need to keep themselves hydrated. The umpires understand the facts and the risks that this kind of a weather might pose. So they've been rather lenient with breaks and hydration breaks rather between overs. So after that quick interruption, we're back live with Dinesh Patel, who's going to be bowling out here. 3 overs for 22 so far. And even if he goes for 7 to 8 runs and over without taking a wicket, that's a huge, massive win for the Stars. Oh, Ahmed Butt was shaping up, saw where that ball was headed, but didn't realize it was the googly that came in and crammed him, so had to defend it respectfully. And this one was the leggy, the conventional leg spin, and that might have been, if they pushed for a second, that may have yielded a second run there. But it did look like Abdul Rahim Khan was content with just a 1. Or he wants a piece of Dinesh. Remains to be seen. And he comes down the track, but Dinesh was miserly enough to spot him aggressing and change his length really quickly, and Abdul Rahim Khan couldn't get under the bounce, so managed to just get a single there. Score ticks on to 116 for 2. Dinesh to Ahmed Butt. And that's nicely played by AB. Gets to the pitch of the ball. Down to long on for a single. The thing I've liked about AB's batting, besides the approach and the intent, is the way he's setting himself up. I'll come to that point after this delivery. And again, Abdul Rahim Khan brings out the reverse sweep that he tends to hit from a vertical base at times. Can't pierce that gap. He's getting through his over pretty quickly. Last delivery comes up, and this one, he did seem to have middled it, but it's going straight to the fielder. And Dinesh Patel, off the last delivery of the spell, picks up the wicket of Abdul Rahim Khan. Gets the set batsman out. They'd almost gotten through Dimmel's spell without conceding a wicket, and had got 25 runs in return out of him, but the last delivery there resulted in a wicket. just didn't get the meaty part of the bat, and it was an easy catch for Cow Corner coming in. So Abdul Rahim departs for a well-made 34. A strike rate of 136. 4 boundaries. A couple of them came off that sweep, reverse sweep, and a masterly 6 also. So at the departure of Abdul Rahim Khan's wicket, it seems the new batsman is Saqlain Haider, left-handed. Again, he's somebody who is known for his improvisational skills. Really good with the sweeps and the cheeky flicks. And this innings is perfectly set up for somebody like Saqlain Haider to come in and express himself. Timil spell, although he didn't get through the backbone of that innings by getting more wickets, but he definitely stemmed the flow of runs as Jonathan Fu comes on. And that's nicely cut by Ahmed, but there was a fielder there. A slight misfield, and this could have been disaster for the Houston Stars if the throw was on the mark. And what's going on? This is getting back to worse. A comedy of errors. A misfield by short third man, and the batsman decided to run on the misfield. A wild throw came in. The keeper couldn't gather it, and the fielder from Cow Corner had to run in, but by that time they had gained 2 overthrows there. As Jonathan Fu comes in again. And this is nicely punched off the back foot by AB. He moves on to 69 of 42. Rightly so, Jonathan Fu quickly changing the angle to the left-hander. He's been one of the most impressive spinners from the 8 deliveries he's bowled today. He's bowling that short of good length, not allowing the batsman to get under. And after pitching, the ball is also turning. So somebody like AB who wants to play from his crease right now has to wait on the ball and then look to improvise. But somebody like Saqlain, with what he brings to the table, could change all of that pretty quickly. His sweeps and cheeky strokes could actually make Jonathan Fu change his line and length, as there's again a little interruption. It seems Ahmed Butt has pulled a hamstring, or it could be just cramps from the heat. Regardless of how fit these players are or how much work they've put into their preparation for a tournament like this, this is something that's going to be inevitable in heat like this. Ahmed has been out there for over an hour now, has faced 42 deliveries, batting on 69. He's been keeping himself hydrated, but the heat is eventually going to get to you. And I wonder if this is going to spark some kind of a hit-out approach from AB. Would he start going just all out? Our umpire Jermaine Lindell is also down there with AB. He might have some thoughts about the situation. He can only allow the batsman so much time before he has to step in and ask him to either to retire or continue, but just can't let him wait and recover. That's unfortunately the ruthless nature of the game, the way things are stacked in this tournament. And he's back up now on his feet, gets the gloves on, gets a tap on the helmet from his skip. It's been a gallant display from Ahmed Butt. He should be proud of what he's achieved. And you hope there's more to come from him for this innings. Now, skipper Saqlain Haider, former UAE international, is going to face his first ball And again, that wonderful line where the batsman doesn't really know whether to get forward or stay in his crease. It's really that uncertain length where either you just really want to step out all the way or just stay back. And now again, like we were saying, this is the specialization of Saklan Haider, but Ahmed Butt is really struggling. He struggled to scamper across for the single, barely made it in time. I do not think he's content on running anymore. With 6 overs to go after this, I wonder if it's the perfect time for AB to start throwing the big punches. And this one is, again, like we were saying, AB gave it away too soon. He was looking to step down, so Jonathan fired it wide. But the accuracy has to be commended. He fired it wide enough for Ahmed's reach, but not wide enough for it to be a wide ball. Now, this is nicely worked. As we see Ahmed Butt just walking through for that single. He moves on to 70 of 44. Another good over comes to a close from Jonathan Fu. He has conceded 11 of his 2 at the end of 14. It's 122 for 3. Coming on in over number 15, Nisarg Desai, who conceded 17 runs of his first over, has been brought back on, and Ahmed Butt hits it downtown just for a single, too long off. Now Saklan's got a fresh pair of legs. He's going to be pushing AB. That's going to be the predicament for this partnership right now. AB has already been grinding it out there for 71 well-earned runs. And Saklan relies on a lot of cheeky strokes and running between the wickets. So it remains to be seen how this pans out, as this is wonderfully hit by Ahmed Butt off the back foot. Nisarg Desai has got to come up with a better approach here. He's been super expensive. He's been one of the bowlers that Ahmed Butt in particular has targeted. He has developed a liking for his left arm orthodox. "23 runs of his 10 deliveries so far." Nisarg again from the Highway 290 end. And again, this is in the slot, but this one is taken. That's a wonderful catch. It almost seemed that Ahmed didn't throw the kitchen sink at that delivery. He was just looking to time it into the gap. Unfortunately, hit it straight to the fielder, but that wasn't an easy catch. It was traveling at some pace. The reverse cup from the fielder takes it near his jawline, and have to commend the innings Ahmed Butt has played. His entire team is going to stand up and applaud what he's done today for the Houston Stars. As you see, the 75 well-made runs from Ahmed Butt, 4 sixes and 6 fours, and a very healthy strike rate of 156. At one point, he was going over 200. but obviously had to mellow down when Timmel came in and tightened the news. But he's done his job wonderfully well, has Ahmed Butt. And it's only upon the remaining batsmen led by Saklan Heather to make sure that this innings come to a good conclusion, and they do push on from here and try and get to a big score. 31 deliveries to go. At least a 65 or 60. A 12 and over or so would be expected, but they've lost those 4 wickets as well. Adnan Haroon has come into bat. He's pretty handy with the bat himself. That's a surprise. Adnan defends the first one. 15. It is 24 Houston Stars. And back live over number 16, the final quarter of this innings. Adnan Haroon facing up Jonathan Fu. And it's again that nice line and length that we've been talking about from Jonathan. He's kept it pretty tight in his first couple of overs. And that one just skids off the surface, targeting that wide line and just keeping it inches inside. And he's got those 2 fielders at short point and short third inside the circle, but no batsman has been able to pierce that gap in spite of that line and length. You see those 2 on your screen. One is right next to the umpire and one is a lot finer at 45. Now that fielder is going to drop back for that Saklan Heather sweep shot, of course. They study each other pretty well. They know their strengths and weaknesses. And now out comes the reverse sweep, but that's straight to the fielder as well. Would have been interesting if he collected it at first attempt. And that over comes to a close. Jonathan Fu is just flying through his overs. I bet he's taking about 90 seconds to bowl an over unless it goes for a boundary. He's really set the pace in this innings, and he's just gone through those 3 overs in no time, only conceded 14 runs. And while we've been talking about the spell of Dinesh Patel and Yasir Mohammed, how crucial the wrist spinners were, there's been a dark horse in the form of Jonathan Fu, and he's been bowling really good tight line and lengths. He's been just breezing through his overs, not giving the batsman time to even think. And he's conceded just under 5 runs an over. In the context of T20 cricket, bowling in the middle overs, that spell is simply gold dust. And now it seems, as we expected, Noman Iftikhar is coming in and he's going to be bowling over number 17 and 19 to close this innings. And that's good fielding there. Really short delivery from Noman Iftikhar, and Saklan Hendra, like you see, his head just sulks. He knows the boundary opportunity there. And Noman is somebody who's got a good slower delivery and also got a good Yorker. I don't think he's resorting to pure death balling at this point with the new batsman in, unless Adnan Haroon shows some real intent. Like we said, just expecting that good line and length, back of length outside the off stump. Good stuff from Noman. Alright, so you see Noman Iftikhar. And as you see, Noman Iftikhar, this is nicely flicked off his wrist. That's a beautiful shot. And the fielder at deep mid-wicket runs in to keeps it down to 2 runs. Seemed like it was a slower delivery. He rolled his fingers on the ball. And the fielder there, as you see him on your screen, wonderful camera work brought into you live from Prairie View Cricket Complex. So I would be commentating, but what I would do is this. I would tap the mic. Okay? Noman coming in from Highway 290 end. It's just outside the off stump. Adnan Haroon would feel that he missed out on that delivery. There you see Noman Iftikhar perspiring. There's just too much humidity out there right now. He's talking to himself. A lot of fast bowlers do that as Noman continues, and that's again that line outside the off stump. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's keeping it away from that arc of Adnan Haroon, and that in this context is a great over, as over number 17 comes to an end. It's 136 for 4. Noman Iftikhar there, cooling off. It's been that kind of a day, and even the 4 overs for a fast bowler are going to demand quite a lot out of him. Over number 18 about to resume. It's again going to be Jonathan Fu, who has bowled 3 overs for just 14 runs so far. You wouldn't bowl a spinner in the 18th over, but Jonathan Fu has been so miserly. I suspect if there's a super over, he might be the one his skip might choose to go to. Saqlain Heather, of course, brings out the sweep shot, which he's known for. Arguably one of the best sweepers in the past couple of seasons of the minor league cricket. As Fu again comes to Adnan Haroon. Adnan sweeps it this time, and it goes to deep square leg for a 6. A lot of you would remember the match-winning swept 6 of the last ball in the minor league against the Dallas Mustangs a couple of seasons ago. That's how much confidence Saqlain has in his abilities. And again, out it comes, but this time it seems he has top-edged it. He gets a bit lucky because the fielder there at short third was quite deep. So no harm done, he gets across for a single. As Fu comes again, and Adnan showing some improvisational capabilities. He has top edged it, it goes high up in the air, and that's a wonderful catch taken by Yasir Mohammed. Lot of air time on that delivery, it just hung in the air forever. And Yasir got a lot of time to settle under the ball and was in total control of that catch. The young man there, number 25 jersey. And that's going to be a big wicket because we always said Adnan Haroon is somebody who can bring out the long handle. He opens the batting for a lot of cricket. He plays in the local Dallas League and Houston League. So he definitely was somebody who could have influenced the run of play in these last few overs, but wasn't to be, as he walks out, and the new batsman you see on your screen is walking in. Number 1, Shobi Khan. The left arm quick from the Houston local cricket circle, but he has established himself as somebody who also bats in the lower middle order and is capable of hitting the long shots. Has played quite a few impactful innings as a finisher. So Shobi facing up Jonathan Fu, and that was just trapped in front. It looked like the height was perfectly okay, but just the drift, the angle of the delivery was rather taking it down the leg side, which was signaled by umpire Linden. And Jonathan Fu continues. And again, it's that same kind of a delivery, but this time Shobi was well set up. And he brings out the long handle, makes good connection, and it goes all the way for a 6. What an end to that over. Just what the Houston Stars needed right now. There's been a flurry of wickets. They've lost Ahmed Butt, Adnan Haroon in quick succession. And they needed done by Shobi Khan. Skipper Saqlain has some words of encouragement for the youngster. As you see that mid-pitch meeting between the two batsmen. Over number 19th is about 45 for 5. They're looking to get at least 30 runs. At one point they were looking to go in excess of 180. They might have to be content with about 165, 170 right now. And even that's conditional to these two batsmen going on and making it big in these last 2 overs. Noman was brought on from the highway, and the end from which he bowled his first 2 overs to finish the innings, and that's in typical Saqlain Heather style. It's been swept with disdain. Not a lot of follow through, almost a tap shot, just a slap, a short armed slap, a jab, if you may. And he knew exactly where the gap was. That fielder was inside the circle at short fine leg. He knew what he was doing. Now he's been dropped back, and it also seems that they are fine-tuning the square leg fielder to cover that gap. As you see Skipper behind the stumps just fine-tuning those two fielders, and Noman if the car comes in. And this time, Saklan Heather makes some room and just hits it to mid-off, but that's just poor fielding. Nobody backing up. I wonder where the captain was going. I think he was anticipating a throw to come in on the bowling end, so he was covering for that, but the fielder chose to throw at Saklan's, in fact, at Chobi's end, and gave away an easy single, so Saklan keeps strike. Six of the first two deliveries in this over. Third ball coming up from Noman Iftikhar. Again, a short one. Held in the pitch. Primarily because of Nomi rolling his fingers on the delivery. The umpire signals a bye. Bad bounce for the keeper, so they get through for 1 run. Shobi Khan. What can you do? What can you do out? There's a long on in place. There's a deep mid wicket, and there's a deep fine leg. Those are the only 3 fielders backing the boundary, and there's a very fine leg also inside the circle. Shobi would prefer that leg side for all his money. And that's a wonderful Yorker. Following Shobi, he was trying to make some room. He was looking for that big gap between deep long on and deep cow corner. Almost a 30-meter gap. Now, as you see, Noman going back to his run-up. Again, making some fine-tuned changes. It looks like the third man is now also inside the circle. I wonder if Saklan has the courage to bring out a reverse sweep to the likes of Noman Iftikhar. And he does. Was brought in, that gap was exposed for somebody like Saklan to exploit, and he's got the skill to do it, and he was well positioned to do it. The ball was in his slot, just failed to make any connection there. Corner of your screen there. That wouldn't have mattered though. The top edge from Nomi just flows over the deep fine leg boundary for a 6. He's disappointed with that last delivery. There was nothing much he could have done. This fate had that ball sailing all the way. It could have, might as well just gone straight up and could have carried to the keeper or even to short fine. As you're seeing that wonderful ball tracking and camera work following Noman Iftikhar. He didn't pick up any wickets, but he should be proud of his returns. A lot of times figures don't tell you the true story. He has had the batsman hopping and guessing all the time. Bowled a couple of good final overs. Ball. We are. It seemed that ball a two over the boundary there in the rocky terrain and might have. They've a lot of overthrows. They and this is hit straight down the ground. It's going high up in the air. The fielder's got a lot of time. And it was the inevitable. The moment the ball went up in the sky, you just knew it's not going on beyond that long on fielder. So that's a great catch taken there. And that brings an end to Saqlain Haidar's innings. A good crucial 20 of 14 deliveries by the skipper. He would have liked to bat on and just close this innings with 9 more deliveries to go. He's somebody who was capable of that extra impetus of 10-15 runs. Wasn't to be because of that catch by Sean Finlay. Even if he made good connection, Sean is somebody who has a reach of 8.5 to 9 feet with those long levers of his. You really need to make a solid connection and get it over Sean Finlay, but he got more height than distance on that shot. And that's the second wicket for Imran as he comes into new batsman Rohan Dhawan. And one, a sweeper comes across, keeps it down. The final innings. That's deliveries to go. Day one between Masters Cricket Club and Houston. Shobi misses out on that one. He would be quite disappointed. At 6, can they cross the 170 breach logical for its wicket? There's been no ball coming on nicely in it. This one they're just trying to take a ball. And the keeper refrains from throwing. He's happy to concede. Score moves on to 162. Final delivery. Final ball of the innings coming up. Imran 19 for 2 in his third. He could not stop it. Hands on his ball. Hey, on. He can cover up an extra 4 runs if he gets going. Score of 166 and 6. And unfortunately run out trying to come back for a second run. A direct hit from the boundary got the better of him, 8 runs. Usman was out leg before to Imran. Ahmed Butt has been the pick off the batting lineup with his 75 or 45 deliveries. He took on the spinners. He took on the fast bowlers. He showed a lot of intent. A really statement innings from Ahmed Butt. And he was well supported by Abdul Rahim Khan for 34 of 25. And then Saklan Heather, as always, with a little cameo of 20. And then Adnan, Shobi, and Rohan facing 5 to 6 deliveries and adding to that total of 166. Only 6 extras in that inning, so when the Masters come out to bat, they're going to need 167 in 20 overs at a required rate of 8.35. And let's look at the bowling stats now. Imran and Noman Iftikhar opened the bowling. They were both pretty good with the new ball, at least in the first couple of overs until the Ahmed Butt show started. And Nisarg in his first over went for 17, but he came back pretty decently and bowled 2 overs for 23 runs. Sean Finlay's lone over went for 17 runs. Ahmed Butt got stuck into him. And then Dinesh Patel, Yasir Mohammed, the spinners did tight bowling in those middle overs. And then Jonathan Fu, in my opinion, was the pick of the bowlers for 4 overs for 23 runs and just 1 wicket. So based on the trend we have seen, the pitch has played pretty nicely. The ball has come onto the bat. There's been good carry through for the faster bowlers to the keepers. The spinners have extracted just a little bit of turn. So it's going to be a good chase when the Masters come back on to bat, chasing 167 in 20 overs. As it's the innings break, and we will join you about 10 minutes from now as you see the ground staff doing the quick sweeping and tune-up of the pitch, remarking the run-ups. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. So we're back live from the second innings of the game between Masters Cricket Club and Masters have come out from 20 over. Usman is the bowler and the first no ball, so this is a free and that struck down the ground, but off the so just a single for the batsman there, Dinesh. Again, nice delivery, shaping into the right-hander. Rajdeep gets the thick inside part of the bat and ends in a dot ball. That one. 2 runs for no loss. And it looks like Usman has some kind of an issue. Just bowled a couple of deliveries, and it seemed that free hit ball where he tried to stop that shot down the ground might have taken the sting on his fingers, and he really seems to be struggling quite early on in this innings, I must say. And that could be a big blow because Usman was expected to bowl with the new ball, especially to the right-handers, getting that shape into the right-hander, looking to attack the stumps. His couple of overs in this power play could be super crucial. It seems the issue is not with his bowling arm. It's just a matter of him pulling through and getting on with it. If he cannot continue, obviously he'll have to go off. Somebody's got to run in with an ice pack or something of some sort to help him out. Maybe the magic spray, as we are trying to bring you a close-up of what actually the extent of the injury is. Looks like they're trying to get a band-aid on one of his fingers. He might have split a webbing while trying to stop that ball. It did look like he took can be in some occasions, and that might have peeled off some flesh, bruised off some flesh. So early problems for the Stars. A young, athletic fast bowler has a wonderful run-up, good load-up and an action. Almost as if he idolizes Trent Bolt. He's got to make good use of that new ball. Got to get that in-depth going into the right-handers. Here he comes in again. That one is a full toss. That's easy freebie there. That had boundary written all over it. Young Usman has got to get that injury out of his head. He just needs to focus on the task ahead and get his bearing right from the word go. First delivery was a no ball. Got injured on the free hit, and now he's given a juicy full toss. He's got to come back strong now. Here he comes in again. A little too wide outside the off stump, and umpire Jermaine is not getting that led away. So he calls a wide on that one. Was pretty marginal given the angle Usman is coming from. But in T20 cricket, the margins of error are just next to none. He's got to get this right. First 3 deliveries, legal deliveries, I must say, have gone for 7 runs. Here he comes again. And again, that angle doesn't get it to shape back into the right-hander. He's just getting it to go away from the batsman with that angle. Run early there, knows his job. Got to keep that ball nice and shiny. Extract whatever movement you can with the... Oftentimes, wickets in the power play are the key to restricting the teams. When you don't have a huge total on the board, it's a decent total, but 8 runs and over are always within the grasp of the batting, especially on a batting surface and an outfield like this one. So it's going to take some really good fielding and bowling from the Houston Stars. In the dugout comes Yasser again, and he's getting that swing for sure, but it's been hit straight to that fielder. You at that moment in time thought that it was just gonna sail away, and Ahmed Butt keeps delivering the goods. We're turbocharged version of... I just wasn't expecting that to be taken, especially of a delivery like that one. Full toss, off the hips. That had 6 runs written all over it. There was only one fielder back in the outfield over there, and he picked that perfectly. Catch of the day so far, in addition to the 75 runs he scored. And Stars should consider themselves quite lucky to only concede 7 runs of that first over in spite of the no ball and the couple of full tosses. Lucky. Interesting development here in the second over. Like we've seen several times over the years, Abdul Rahim Khan comes on to bowl inside the power play. And he's a right-arm orthodox off-spin bowler. Likes to bowl a tight line and length. Has a bit of a variation where he can slow the ball down or fire it quick. Doesn't extract a lot of turn, but he relies a lot on his line and length. Really tidy customer when it comes to bowling in the power play. We've been speaking quite a bit of the role of the new ball in conditions like these while it's still swinging. But Stars have interestingly gone against the run of play and introduced an off spinner. Remains to be seen how effective this is. And this one, with no surprise, is hit. There is a long on in place, and it's mind you, it's a pretty straight long on. But Ahmed Butt there had no chance. In fact, he's been even fine-tuned to come very close to the side screen. He's about 10 meters from the side screen now. This one is way down the leg side, and that's another wide. The third extra delivery in as much as 7 legal deliveries that's been bowled in this innings. Abdul Rahim Khan, he's hiding the ball. You can see he's holding up seam up. Let's see how he releases it. And again, he's not really looking to flick his fingers or give it a serious whip as he releases it. He's not putting a lot of revs into it. Oftentimes, even slow bowlers look to get drift off the seam with a new ball, and that could be deceiving for batsmen. It did, in fact, look like he was trying something of that sort. Have to credit the camera work from our team at SC Tech Productions for those wonderful images they just brought you. There you see them on the left bottom half of your screen. Roddy and team, as they're called across cricketing circles, have delivered you so many good live streams over the years. And they've taken it up a notch with this edition of Houston Open. We're streaming live on 5 fields at the same time. You can find us on MLC Network. This one again, like we said, Abdul Rahim Khan is not looking to impart a lot of revs onto the ball. Just looking to keep it nice and tidy. His biggest asset is the lengths he hit. He's going to keep the batsman guessing. That's his strength. And there again, that one did have a little bit of turn. What he tends to do is, a lot of times he just throws it seam down, seam up, or literally straight at the batsman and just relies on the breeze to get him some drift. And a lot of times he rotates that wrist and gets a little bit of turn, like on that occasion. Keeping it really tight. That one, he pulls the length back ever so slightly, and Sawan was content on defending it off the back foot. Without taking a lot of risk, they've still managed to get 13 runs thanks to all the extras that have been on offer. A great first over, came back strongly after that first ball was dispatched down the ground, was Abdul Rahim Khan. They've got a couple of good spinners in their lineup. Adnan Haroon is the wrist spinner, bowls really good leggies. They've got Shobi Khan, who's another left arm quick. But it does look like there's no change for the time being as over number 3 resumes. It looks like Usman has recovered well from that injury he had to deal with of the second ball of the innings. Picked up that big wicket in the first over. Quite lucky there, but here he comes in again. And again, bowls it very full and straight, driven straight back down the ground. This time, he didn't want to put a hand into the path of that delivery, tried to use his feet. Young prospect. One thing I would like to see from Usman is, especially with that new ball, getting a lot more closer to the stumps. He's very wide of the crease at the moment, which even if he's getting that in swing to the right-hander, gets it to shape away from the left-hander, he's kind of negating it with that angle, always shaping into the left-hander. Let's see if he comes closer to the stumps this time. Not really. Still pretty wide. Like we were saying, that angle is always going to work at left-hander. If he's a little more closer to the stumps, he's not going to end up down on the pads. That ball might have just been on or around the middle stump and wouldn't be as easy for the batsman to work him to the leg side. And also the swing that he's getting would be more exaggerated from closer to the stumps. Would bring the offside field more into play. As again, this delivery is ball slightly short. The batsman doesn't get a good connection on that. Abdul Rahim Khan comes across to just keep it down to 1 run. Dinesh and Sawan are looking steady for Masters Cricket Club. It's not a massive target they're chasing. You just need a couple of bats to get in and just at the pitch, and runs will come. Runs are going to come in these conditions. That's the line and length he wants to hit. That was just a perfect left armour over the stumps delivery. Starts in line with middle and leg, the angle, taking it, shaping it away from the batsman, and then right towards the end, it shapes back into the batsman. Never easy pickings, those kind of balls. And it also invites that big, exuberant drive through the offside. And oftentimes, with this late swing, you can create a gap between the pad and the bat and go through. This time, he aggresses, comes down the track, but there's again that Ahmed Butt who is cleaning up the cow corner. As you see those beautiful rings on the outfield as the camera pans. The striping that's been marked by the top end equipment they own here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. And the huge workforce that's managing these games behind the scenes and putting in a lot of preparation. Testament to their work. And again, this is that delivery we were talking about, even to the left-hander. The angle is always going to shape it into the batsman, but if you're not really angling it down the leg side and you get a little bit of that swing to straighten down the line, you've got that pad and those wickets on target, and that's always going to put doubts in the batsman's mind. As over number 3 wraps up, it's 21 for 1. Hold a good first over. He's going to get really close to the stumps. His pitch map is going to be right around middle and off. That time he goes quite wide of the crease. Uses the depth of the crease, uses the angles quite well. He's very miserly. He's again hiding that ball behind him. A seam up grip that time. And this time he drops it just a little short. And the batsman had ample time to pick and choose where he wanted to dispatch that ball. There was just so much gap on the leg side. A lot of real estate to work with. Very unlike Abdul Rahim Khan is known for, especially inside the power play. The order of business for him is to bowl wicket to wicket, tight line and length. Just like that. Confusion there. There was no calling. The batsmen weren't even looking at each other. They got really lucky that the fielder couldn't release the ball in time. Gives away a single. 141 required now of 99 legal deliveries. A required rate of This is shaping up to be quite a contest. And as you saw on that one, again, it was that seam up grip. Very unlike. Off spinners tend to have a very wide grip between their middle and index finger. He almost holds it down with very close together right over the seam for some deliveries. And then he goes back to that traditional grip of split fingers between the thumb, the index, and the middle finger. He's going to keep the batsman guessing. As this one, he steps down the track. Doing there. Meat of the bat, and it just on and on. Probably a good 8 meters on that hit. About that one was a decision in his mind. The ball was going to land as it came out of the hand while the ball was still in flight. He was ready to pounce on it. That's the kind of intent you need. Dinesh moves on to 14. Rahim Khan continues. This time he goes very close to the umpire, but it doesn't matter because this better connection than last time. This one just goes on and on. It was very close to where our commentary box is. Another 80 plus meter six. In spite of how good the bowler is, it's always a game of cat and mouse when you go in orthodox off spin in the power play. It took them first 10 deliveries from Rahim to figure out what he was doing, but they had him well gauged for the final couple of deliveries of that over and exactly knew what they were doing. You see Dinesh on your screen there with those big couple of hits down the ground. Wonderful use of his feet. Given these hot and dry conditions, it does seem that you will be seeing, especially in the and players who can get to the pitch of the ball and play the big shots and even work the ball in the gaps to get those runs and twos are going to be really crucial to carry your innings forward. As Usman is going to continue. Now that was some good movement. It seemed it landed and just kept going away from the batsman. Had him chase it outside the off stump. Just a tentative poke from Sawan. Much needed dot ball after those two big hits. See how quickly the required rate fluctuates with those two sixes. It's down to 8.15. It was almost up to 9 at one point. And this one is not a delivery Usman is going to be proud of. We've been saying that all along. He's been landing them literally with that wide angle. He's been angling it in the pads of Sawan, and oftentimes it's just easy pickings. He seems to be a very good compact player. He's got good wrist, well balanced at the crease. He was not going to miss out on that delivery. Young Usman needs to get it right. There are a lot of big who can get kind of loose bowling. One is again angled into the hips or thighs, and Sawan stands tall, waits for the ball to come on and just works it beautifully off for a single. These two have done well since that wicket in the very first over. They've stabilized the ship, and they've also ensured that the scoreboard is moving on. They're scoring at a decent notch. They're almost going at 10 runs an over now, and they've even brought the required rate to 8 runs an over. And this one is nice and full. There's nobody there. Ahmed Butt is back on the boundary. He has to run in. There's a short fine leg, but that ball was a decent distance away from all of them. Or even somebody could get there. They were back for 2 runs. At this point in time, you would think that Masters are the team or the dugout who would be happier of the two. 122 needed of in hand. What skipper Saklan is backing on from this young fast bowler with the new ball is the swing. good line and length, hitting good areas and getting it up to the stumps. And for majority of time, he's missed to do that. On that occasion, that was just a in the batsman had to really react on time. So speaking of Usman, he's got to stick to his strengths. As a young fast bowler, give any freebies to the batsman. He's done that on a couple of occasions. Some balls drifting down the pad, a couple of full tosses here and there. In between, he was lucky to pick up 1 wicket. But what you need is 6 balls on the trot, a good tight over. That's going to create a lot of pressure in the context of this game. Again, a very short delivery, and there's nobody there. You know fine leg is inside the circle. The only man down on the leg side is at deep cow corner. He's not even at a square leg where he would have any chance. Neither does Usman express. I just don't see the point in doing that kind of so much time to just play. He's rolling his wrist. He all total control. At the end of 5, Masters are cruising at 51 for 1. With over number 6, Rohan Dhawan has come in from the highway 290 end. Another spinner being brought in inside the batting power play. Looking to go inside out. Interesting action from Rohan. I'm seeing him for the first time, I must admit. Nice approach to the crease. And this one is again given to he's flighting the ball. As a young bowler, he's not afraid to go up against these 2 batsmen who are looking totally ominous at the moment, who are hitting the big shots. He's still confident in his abilities. Let's see what he comes up with on this delivery. Again, nicely flighted, but the length was pulled back quite smartly, and he got some odd bounce. Surprised the batsman Dinesh. He just had to fend at it. He was looking to line up that pull shot or a hoik towards the leg side because he was back on his back foot and just waiting for that ball, but the bounce got the better of him there. Again comes Rohan Dhawan. This one is again nicely tossed, and this one is hurried onto the batsman. He was again staying back on the back foot, trying to make some room to cut, but it just didn't set up for him the way he wanted it to. So good start by Rohan. Just 1 run off his first 4 deliveries. Stars would take this all day long. This time he uses his feet like he should have on occasions, and he finds that gap through that 30-yard in-ring mesh of feet. Goes for about up to be over. It's still a good over. He's conceded 5 runs of 5 deliveries, so Stars would take this any day. But wouldn't they love a breakthrough at this point in time, especially of Dinesh. He's the one who's looking ominous. 32 of 16. He's doing the bulk of the scoring. he comes down and he goes long and handsome. I don't know if you heard that loud boom that echoed through the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Dinesh, what a player. He's taken everybody by surprise by the way he has batted. And mind you, these are all very cultured shots. He hasn't improvised. He looks a very by-the-book player. Just relies on good technique, picks the line and length early, good on his feet. Anything that's loose, he's really quick to dance down the track. And it also seems he's very clear in his mind what he wants to do. Intent is oftentimes what plays the biggest role in batting. You don't have to worry a lot about technique or how high that elbow is on a cover drive. Clear thinking, a lot of times it's the biggest asset for a batsman, and that's exactly how you would describe Dinesh right now, the way he's batting. Now there's a change in bowling. A new bowler is Shobi Khan. Shobi is somebody who's developed as an all-rounder of late. Lower, but pretty handy with his left arm seam. So he takes over from Usman. Ominous signs for Masters Cricket Club. This partnership has really dented the hopes of Houston Stars. Just 100 runs needed now of 13.5 overs. That's just about 83 deliveries, and they now need just at a notch of 7.5 runs an over compared to what it was initially. It was almost hovering around 9 runs after those first couple of overs. As this one is a wide down the leg side. Probably the 5th wide in the innings, if I counted correctly. Be on the screen. Wonderful camera work. And this one played off the back foot. The singles. Ryan, he's looking ominous. The kind of strokes he has played. He's batted through the power play, and now he just needs to put an anchor down and just bat through this innings and see home this chase. On the contrary, Houston Stars would be hoping to get his wicket as soon as possible. Nice and tight line from Shobi Khan. Well defended by Sawan. He's batting on 18 of 16. He's been happy playing second fiddle to Dinesh. Letting his partner do the bulk of the scoring and just happy to notch and just run it across for ones and twos. A big appeal this time from Shobi. It was wide outside the off stump. Umpire Lindell was just not interested. There wasn't much to it, more of a tactic to create pressure on the batsman, if I may. Oh, and that's something they just don't want to do, and they've been doing that repeatedly. Gallant effort by Saklan. It's oftentimes keepers are put into these kind of situations where they have to dive and save byes and wides. He did amazingly well. Not just he stopped 4. It was quite a close call, a loud appeal, but the square leg umpire, was pretty confident that Sawan had made his crease in time. As Shobi continues. Hit down the ground for a single. From what we've seen so far, it seems Shobi is just looking to mix things up. He's bowling a lot of cutters. I'm not really seeing a spring in the stride as he's running. A lot of that has to do with the way the sun is really beating down now over the Prairie View Cricket Complex. The heat index is, believe it or not, in excess of 110 degrees at this point in time. As this is a full toss, he's extremely to that one man. 10 meters to left or right at 4. Over comes to an end. 6 runs conceded by Shobi. At the end of 7, it's 68 for 1. Was the only batsman with just put this innings behind him, hit a full toss straight to the only man on the leg side. Ahmed Butt took a wonderful catch, but since then Dinesh is out. Forward, and as expected, the wrist spinner has been brought on. Adnan Haroon is going to come on the Highway 290 end. Couldn't get the feed in time. Looking at done. Going to be interesting to see how the right-hander reacts to this leg spin. This one is no flight whatsoever. He was trying to bowl kind of, if I must say, some kind of top spin. Dinesh was just so quick on his feet. He saw that pretty early. Was helped by the fact that the ball was dropped on the pitch as well. The required rate is just 7.3 now. Like we were saying, quick outfield, a wicket that's playing so well. 180 at the very least might have been par score. And now Stars need to get some breakthroughs as this one is driven down the ground. Nice flighted delivery. The traditional or conventional wrist spin there. I love the way someone's using his feet, in fact, to the spinners. Majority of the overs have been spin so far. There's been constant spin from one end and seam from the other. And this one might have kept just a little low. Didn't rise the way Sawan would have anticipated it to. Brought out the reverse sweep. Couldn't make any connection as Adnan continues. Another nice delivery, but it's been put away. Invitation from Adnan. The batsmen are not holding back any single bit. Good thing about their batting so far is they're not hitting the whenever a book shot gap. Just as I said it, I might have cursed it for them. This is hit straight up in the air and it goes to that fielder at deep mid wicket. Just as I said it. They've been very selective with their stroke making, and whenever they've tried to take the aerial route, they've gone in the part of the ground where there's no fielder. Just as I said it, he hits it straight down the throat of that deep mid-wicket fielder. A good hand by Sawan kept good company to Dinesh. He goes for 23 of 22 deliveries. Just the breakthrough stars needed at this point in time. There you see. Bowled by Adnan Haroon. Good camaraderie in between Houston Stars players. A lot of them have been just together playing in local leagues and also in franchise tournaments. They all know each other well. They gel pretty well. Oftentimes, tournaments like these where games come at you at such a rapid pace, you need to get that chemistry going from ball one. Didn't see any serious pep talk from the skipper. Just wants to keep things nice and easy. I have to remind you that you're watching day one of the DAFA News Houston Open 2023. I'm your commentator, Munir Majid. The game between Masters and Stars coming live to you from PV5. And this one from Shobi Khan, who's back from the forest end. Down the leg side, good take by the skipper. Saklan is a giant behind the stumps. Still very athletic. Never shy of putting in the big dives. A thinking cricketer. He's very street smart also behind the stumps. And this one from Dinesh, it just was in the slot, asking for that treatment. It's what you would call a half volley. Nice juicy half volley. And with the angle, that shot was always on for Dinesh. He gets to his 50 with that delivery, with that hit. 53 of 23. Thanking the gods. Number 22. His job is only half done at this point in time. But what he's done is he's dented this chase so much that he's almost batted the Stars out of the game. They just need to get wickets. That's the only thing that can bring them back in. This one is slightly wide, and he picks the gap to perfection. Desperate dive by the fielder there at sweeper cover. Keeps it down to 2 runs. A half volley on the pads, followed by a juicy half volley way outside the off stump. Line and length seems to have left the building. We have spoken so highly of Shobi Khan and all the variations he brings in. He's got to bring those on just like that. Quick to realize that he might have to change the angle and just keep things tight. Goes around the wicket. That also gives him a better chance of angling the ball right into the stumps. But if he's not careful, even from that angle, he can drift down the pads of Dinesh. Fine leg is inside the circle. That might be an easy clip down the leg side. This one is just a perfect line and length. That's what he needs to do. In fact, he's gone really full with the last couple of deliveries. Because he bowled 2 half volleys, he's realized he's not going to even try and bowl a length which Dinesh could get under. So he's like really almost been close to that Yorker length for the last couple of deliveries. That's the only thing Stars can hope for. Just create pressure, get some good overs. The way John bowled his overs at a rapid pace and didn't give up. And don't bowl any freebies. Frees have been a good comeback by Shobi. Now this one is down the pads, and as we were saying, that fine leg was inside the circle. In fact, there was no one there. The field must have been changed over the last delivery, and even if there was a fielder at fine leg, he wasn't going to get across. There was no fielder fine off the wicket on the leg side, and there was always that risk of angling it too much down the pads and this exact thing happening like we had predicted. 21 have come off Shobi's 11 legal deliveries so far. It's far too expensive in the context of this game. That's a better delivery, but that should have been fielded. You want to create those kind of yes and no confusions between the batsmen. So, at the end of 9 overs, this is becoming one-way traffic, 95. In spite of the Ahmed Butt show, it's almost as if the Dinesh show is what's making a bigger impact. And as you would see that it's neck to neck right now, but you also have to keep into account that the Stars didn't really explode in their final few overs. So that's going to have a big impact as well. And the way Dinesh is going, it doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon. Only thing that could stop that is his whistle. Get rid of this worm and get you the scorecard back as soon as possible. There you go. Now, wonderful use of the feet again by Dinesh. As we've been seeing, he's so good to the spinners, the way he comes down the track. Almost has the signs of a typical batsman from the subcontinent who have grown. I don't have a background. That he's grown up playing a lot of cricket back in India, in hot climates and on track. And nicely flighted, and he just drives single. It's just 70 runs of 10.4 overs, a required rate of 6.56. Perspective, innings pretty close neck to neck at this point, but then they just went at 6.5 and over from here on in. Yeah. And Adnan has notched up a second wicket, and it's Imran who has to depart. That's a huge wicket. You want to pick If you're not getting Dinesh out, it's best is to not have him a partner in the recent few overs. That might be just the kind of comeback Stars need. That huddle and just the way their second innings with Masters as well. Too, Chobi Khan. A nice at the end of 10, it's 98 for 3. Stars would be feeling a lot better about that wickets column now that they've picked up 3. But keep in mind the likes of Sean Finlay, Dinesh Patel, Jonathan Fu, a lot of experience in the lower middle order. The heat in Houston is just unprecedented around this time of the year. It's just scorching hot out there in the middle as Rohan Dhawan comes in to bowl his second over. Nice effort there on the sweeper boundary. Keeps it down to just 2 runs. In fact, an overthrow is going to give them another run. Just as we were commending him. Some sloppy work. There have been a lot of overthrows to your surprise. Even in the first innings, in fact. Owe it down to communication. But you just can't kind of slip up. Dot ball to Dinesh. That's an achievement. There have been very few of those so far. And a massive miss. That should never happen. Straight up. I don't know if the just get down on one knee, get the good old bridge out, and just stop it. 2 runs, totally uncalled for. They could do with building some pressure on Dinesh now that they've got 2 wickets in the last couple of overs or so. Now is the time to stem the flow of runs also. And this should count himself very lucky to take that catch, and that's a big wicket. That's the scalp the Stars wanted. Dinesh is the man. What an innings by him though, 59 of 30 deliveries. He wouldn't be pleased with himself, especially when 2 wickets fell. He was the set batsman. It was his job to kind of see them through this rut and get the innings afloat again. He would be extremely disappointed at getting out at this time. Still an extremely easy chase if they don't continue losing wickets at regular intervals. Just 94 runs of 56 deliveries, under 7 runs an over. The new batsman is Jonathan Fu, number 27. Slip is in position. Nice and tight from Rohan Dhawan. Jonathan gets off the strike. Perfect situation for Stars to make a comeback now. 2 new batsmen at the crease. That's exactly what you want. They have no choice but to keep ticking at wickets. That's the only way to stem the flow of runs. As you see, young Rohan. Good comeback from him in the previous over. His first over didn't went for... it wasn't very eventful. Went for some runs. As we look at that over by over stats, just what we were talking about. The second half of the Stars innings, there's only that 19th over, which yielded a decent return of about 15 or 14 runs. Besides that, there are no tall buildings. There's that over 3, 4, 5, 6 where Ahmed Butt went berserk. And then there are a couple of overs right around 12 where they got some extra runs. But besides that, this phase of the innings wasn't very fruitful for the Stars. And that's why it still is a very easy chase from here on in. The only thing is partnerships. They cannot afford to lose wickets the way they've done in the last 3 or 4 overs. Abdul Ahad is the new bowler, bowling his first over. Coming in a pressure situation, over number 12. He's a wrist spinner. Bowling to the left-hander. Sachin. Nice and tight, good line and length. Does the cleanup of his own bowling. This is a good spell for the Stars. Just what they needed. Just what the doctor ordered for them, given that innings from Dhawan. This one was really flighted, hit on the full to long on for a single, brings Jonathan Fu on strike. He's really giving it a twirl and flighting the ball as well is Abdul Ahad. We've got two new batsmen at the crease, so you can get away with that. This one is slightly flatter as compared to the last couple of deliveries. Good over again, just 3 runs off it. This is a great spell for the Houston Stars. Satlan Heather would be so proud of his troops that the way they've pulled back the innings. Just a tad interesting from where they were some 3 overs ago. The required rate has crept back up to 7.5. Still very gettable. And this is an outside edge. They are going to get back for a single. There's just no pace on the ball whatsoever. A lot of loopy deliveries. Very slow in the air and off the pitch. They've chosen to be the star spinners. The batsmen are having to manufacture runs here. This one is nice and full. Driven straight back. Another dot ball. Using his high, is getting good bounce there. You can sense a big release shot coming anytime soon. Was it that one? Right in front of the stumps, it seemed he was trying to play that slog sweep. Of course, we are not looking straight down the pitch. We have a slightly slide on angle. So from the commentary box, I'm not going to tell you whether it was pretty straight or was it heading down the leg side. The umpire seemed to think it was heading down the leg side, and we have to assume that's the right call made by a very senior umpire. But it's quite a pressure cooker situation now. Masters would be feeling the heat. This one is driven and well fielded. Everything starts to click once you have a passage of play that's going your way. Now even the fielders are joining in. You have to wonder the reasoning behind holding back somebody like Sean Finley. He's not batting in the top 6 at least. Another dot ball, and this time it's a misfield. Was a slightly bad bounce as over number 13 comes to a close. Can you hear the Nelson? 1-1-1 for 4. Why are they not sending their senior players, Sean Findlay and Dinesh Patel? Findlay, Roshan bhai injured hai kya? Sean Findlay. मस्त चल रहा है, सब सॉलिड जा रहा है. मेरे को इसका एक Playing is a much bigger cause. कुछ क्रिकेट तो चलता रहता है.
सब बनाया. Goals, do's, right? Do's.
Ahad continues from the highway 290N and Jonathan Fu comes down the and that brings the over to the close at the end of 14. Dhawan is going to bowl returns of 1 for 20 in his first 3 overs. And another overthrow. There's been just a lot of that today. Some experience on the part of the fielders. Some backing up, but they're on that onside. The throw has to go to the bowler or the keeper as Rohan continues. Playing with fire, he's got that tight ring of fielders on the offside. And he keeps giving that room, asking the batsman to pierce that gap. And this time he decides to bowl it slightly full. Another single. That's 6 in the last over. that changed the equation quite a bit. Without that 6, I think the Masters would be really on the back foot and under a lot of pressure. But they're still looking at 8 runs per over, which is very doable in the last 5 overs or so. Especially with the likes of Sean Finlay and Dinesh Patel and some other capable batsmen to come. This one is hit high in the air, and it's gone the distance as well. Jonathan Fu, welcome to the party. Getting penultimate delivery of a spell. And that 6 is going to sting the Stars. Rohan to continue. And this one. Adnan Haroon comes. All is like gold at this point in time in this game. This one is a little too short, and the chase is on. The fielder has long way to come and cut it off, which he does. Easy too. Just can't afford to do that when there's nobody in that 30-yard circle on the leg side at fine leg, or even backing up on the boundary. As you can see, there's so much real estate to the left of your screen. That's the line he wants to target. Just can't risk tossing it up at this point in time. I just gotta rely on his variation. And also make sure you're not throwing anything down under that arc or right under the nose of the batsman. Just like that, but Sachin, his eyes lit up. He really wanted to go downtown through the kitchen sink, just didn't make good contact. So Adnan gets away with that one. He might want to pull his length just back a little bit to stay out of that arc. Now that's too short, like we were saying. If he falters in his line and length, he's gonna get the treatment. That was a loose delivery, just a half tracker. Had so much time. And maybe that's what Saklan might be telling his premier bowler. Unforced errors are what you need to cut out in T20 cricket. Do the basics right, stick to a game plan, and things will pan out for you just fine. It's a young team as far as stars are concerned, and there have been a lot of unforced errors in the bowling department. Even the extras, you might want to chop off 15 runs from the score, and that could make things a lot more interesting than what they are right now. 28 needed of 4 overs, just 7 apiece. That could be a walk in the park given the way Sachin and Jonathan are batting and the Sean Findlay yet to come. Abdul Rahim Khan he's now got to try down. These two are batting. Sachin's been very calculated so far in the way he's batted. This one is swept and he doesn't get good connection on it. As you can see in the corner of your screen, there is long on and long off, back on the boundary. But there's a huge gap between the two, so even if Jonathan gets anything pitched right up under his nose, he has that option to go straight down the ground. Although I'm not even sure if they're going to look for the big hits unless there's a very loose delivery just inviting to be hit. They can just knock it around and get home from here on in. This one is slightly short, outside the off stump. A lot of time to go and cut it to sweep a cover. They can choose to knock it down and get home, or they can choose to finish it in emphatic fashion and also make a positive strike on that net run. Remains to be seen what approach they take. This one, Jonathan, who brought the sweep, because we've seen there those two guys inside the circle on 30 yards. Short point and short third man, both inside the circle of 30 yards. The idea was right, the execution wasn't. The fielder is right on the edge of the 30 yards there, Rana Ali. Easy single on offer all day long. Maybe it's also the time to start bringing in some fielders and also start saving singles. It doesn't look like there's any kind of pressure on the batsman they can keep doing what they're doing. Maybe just pull out a trick off their hat, the Houston Stars, and make the batsmen do something different. Now just 3 overs to go. There's been a lot of spin bowled by the Houston Stars in this innings. And it seems Adnan is going to bowl out now. The DAFA News Houston Open 2023. The first round of games is about to come to a conclusion. You're watching us live on MLC Network. Adnan comes in and Jonathan comes down the track. One bounce to sweep a cover, just a single. Maybe now there's some intent in trying to finish this off with 8 or 10 balls to spare. Just that extra 0.05 benefit on the net run rate can go a long way towards the final stages of the tournament. As this one is squeezed. Just opens the face of the bat. It was nice and full, tossed up. He waited for the ball, and at the final minute, he met it with a bat face that was slightly open, which aided the ball in going past that short third man for 4 runs. We've talked a lot about the other batsmen, but very quietly, Sachin has played an innings that was tailor-made for the situation. When he came in, there were 3 quick wickets that had fallen, and the match was almost swinging back towards the Stars. But not only did he stabilize the ship, but he also, and this one, Saklan Heather makes a gallant attempt but doesn't hit the stumps, and the single was always on. Another unforced error, another freebie, a wide delivery that yields not one but an extra bye as well. So 2 wides there go to the Masters total. Getting to a point where this game is almost a foregone conclusion as Adnan comes to Jonathan Fu, who comes down the track and he finds the gap. The required rate for the first time in this innings is going to be under 6 runs and over now. 14 runs required of 15 deliveries now. Maybe Jonathan Fu has that idea that we just recommended. If they want to close this with about 8 to 10 balls remaining, that might give some positive boost to the run rate rather than take it to the last over. Maybe a wicket falls here and there, and you never know what happens. But what happens here right now is in front of your eyes. My goodness, Jonathan Fu now is starting to turn up the gas, press on the pedal. 2 back-to-back boundaries. Only 8 runs are required now of 14 deliveries. Can he finish it in this over? 2 4s or a 6. He's going downtown on this ball, that I can tell you. He does. And he finds the gap to perfection. There's not much Ahmed Butt can do at long on. The umpire signals another boundary, 3 in a row. Only 4 runs to win now. It's been a chase which has been set up to perfection by Masters, barring that little spell of 3 overs where they lost quick wickets. Everything else has been well planned. They've executed everything to perfection. And is this going to be the final ball of the game? Seems Jonathan Fu has that idea. Let's see what he does. And this one, luckily, it came out just right out of the wrist of Adnan Haroon. Wasn't there for that big shot. And a very full delivery is nudged towards mid-wicket for a single. And Adnan, his first overs went for only the next two have gone for 28. Those little mistakes here and there and lack of consistency. Some here and there, those up eventually, and they. Three needed now. Saklan might think about getting some more fielders in the circle. Just stopping that single, and so be it. If you want to get to the winning runs, go over the infield. For now, there are still fielders back, and there are easy singles on offer. Long on and long off are back on the boundary. There's also a deep square leg for Jonathan Fu. In fact, for Sachin, for Jonathan Fu, there aren't many fielders back on the boundary. I'm seeing a long on, but long off has now come inside the circle. And there's no other fielder down on the leg side, so a slip is also in place. So the idea we just discussed, Saklan is throwing the dice now. If you want to win this, go for the big hit, which he does. Again, a very short delivery. It was just asking to be hit. A captain can only set fields, but it's for the bowlers to execute. And in this case, Saklan Heather has been let down on more than one occasion by his bowlers. Masters Cricket Club march home comfortably. 170 for 4. They won with 9 deliveries remaining. They won by 6 wickets. A wonderful partnership there between Jonathan Fu and Sachin. They get them home with 9 balls to spare. As we look at the two batsmen walking back home, and the Masters players, the rest of the dugout lining up to come for the formalities. As we look at the batting scorecard, Masters. Rajdeep was an early casualty with Dinesh Patel, 59 and 31. What an innings he played, and he was well supported by Sayan Patel, who scored 23 of 23. Imran Ali was a quick casualty. That's when they lost those 3 wickets within the space of 3 overs, which was Danesh, Sawan and Imran. But since then, Sachin, Seecharan and Jonathan Fu showed a lot of discipline, showed a lot of courage in the way they batted and closed this innings. And the game has been comfortably won by it was still in the dugout, but they weren't needed. And as we start looking at the bowling scorecard, there were a lot of young bowlers, a lot of spinners that were used by Saklan Heather. Usman Afridi started with the new ball. He had some issues with his line and length. Some freebies were bowled, but he was lucky to pick up that wicket of the skipper. And he bowled 3 overs. Abdul Rahim Khan also opened the bowling. He was good in his first couple of overs, but he got really taken on towards the end of the innings, ended with 34. Rohan Dhawan was to be the pick of the bowlers, bowled really well, 31 of his 4 overs. Shobi Khan struggled a bit with his line and length. There were some freebies that he bowled. He conceded 22 of his 2. Adnan Haroon, first 2 overs went for 14 runs and picked up 2 wickets, but the last 2 he conceded a lot of runs. And Abdul Ahad bowled nice and tight, 2 overs for 12 runs. The figure that the Houston Stars need to focus on is those 14 extras. That's quite a lot. A lot of wides were bowled in the context of a T20 game, and this game could have been a lot closer if they were a little more disciplined in the field and if the bowling was more consistent and they didn't spray the ball across as they did. The match for today, owing to his wonderful spell of 4 overs, bowled a very tight line and length and then closed the innings, Jonathan Fu. So congrats. Work. To take a break, and we will be back live with the second game of the day at 2 p.m. from Preview 5. Thank you for joining us. Or I'll do it.
come through now? Testing, testing. I see some movements now. Hmm? All right, plug in the wireless. One, one, one. Testing. Yeah, it come up clean now. One of the outside.
Okay.